Hello, and welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. Today is Monday, the 17th of August, 2026. 9 days till I'm 56 years old. 56. The only thing I'm looking forward to this month is what happens 3 days later on Saturday the 29th of August, because it's Moses Atauma is fighting Hrgovic for I think it's the IBF World Heavyweight title. That's what I'm looking forward to. And perhaps a bit of rain. Although I don't know if I really want to be out in the rain. It's much nicer having some coolness. It's not hot today. I quite like it. So please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. My website is jasonnewland.com. You can find my recordings on all the major podcast apps such as Spotify, Apple Podcasts, etc. What's going on there? Stop it. No, the cord to the microphone was moving around. What else? Oh yeah, I also upload my recordings to Instagram and TikTok. I heard a bing. Did you hear a bing then? Bing. Right, I think that was on my laptop. Ing just commented. Oh, this is on my Facebook page about the book that I'm kind of looking at. Ing writes, that introduction sounds very authentic and moving. It's really interesting. Keep it up. Thank you. Maria says, I would be more than happy to buy a copy. Sandy says, I'm so proud of you. Thank you to both of you. Thank you. Autobiography, says Jonathan. And I said, kind of. And what was he replied? Not about hypnosis, but more your journey. I just did a thumbs up, so I hope that explains it. I don't really know what it is, or whether I'll even do it, to be fair, because the problem with things like that is I'm never going to be satisfied with the results. Just because I just think it's very, very difficult to sum up a life in, like 150 pages or whatever, because I wouldn't want to be writing some big, massive, huge book. So to sum up a life in such a small, way, especially when you consider how chatty I am and how much did you hear the ice cream van? I don't even notice it anymore. Well, clearly I noticed it, otherwise I wouldn't have mentioned it, but you know what I mean, it's like background sound. Wow, I tell you what, I don't normally, I'm not showing off, but I created a hypnosis recording, a sleep hypnosis recording this morning, and it took over 3 hours to record. I kept falling asleep while I was doing it, and I ended up with 2 hours and 25 minutes, I think, of recording. after I'd edited it. It took hours to edit, and I'm just in the process of uploading it. And I've uploaded it to one podcast, and the main one, but wow, I had to keep repeating myself because I kind of just kept forgetting. I just didn't know where I was, and what have I said? What have I said? Did I say that? Didn't I say that? Kept falling asleep. So editing was difficult because it has to has to follow through a bit. It has to make some kind of sense. Kind of. But yeah, it's a pretty deep sleep hypnosis session, and I know for a fact when I come to listen to it myself, I won't be able to stay awake. And I can't defy anyone or challenge anyone to stay awake listening to it, because it's not an easy listen. I mean, it's not difficult to listen to it, it's not like, it's not like you have to concentrate, but just, I would say it's very, very difficult to listen to it and not fall asleep. Which is kind of what all my recordings are supposed to be, generally. But this was, wow. I was surprised at how difficult. I mean, I was falling asleep while I was editing it, and that doesn't normally happen. So, still got the dog in the background. In fact, I will go and close that window because it's a bit loud, I think, with the window open. So yeah, I just closed the window to try and reduce the woof woof sound. It does. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about the dog. So it's very, 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 very. Where's that air rifle? The weird thing about it is, on the actual recording, it doesn't come up very high, loud, because it's so far away. But I can hear it with my ears, and my ears are better than the microphone at picking it up, if that makes sense. All I can do is hear it, and I find it hard to actually talk over it. Now the owner's shouting to get it to shut up. It's a lovely dog though, but I just don't want all my recordings to be focused around someone else's dog. It's supposed to be about me. Me. I don't know, when did I last do a recording? Was it Saturday? Was it Friday? I don't know. The last time I did a sleep hypnosis recording was the 8th of August. So that's a little while. 1664. So I did Let Me Bore You to Sleep number 1664 on the 14th, which was Friday. So I didn't do a new recording on the 15th, on Saturday or Sunday. What have I been doing? So I looked into the possibility of putting together an app, and this is my idea, okay, and it would be using AI to help me to produce the app. And even after like planning it out, let's have a look. I can get let me see if I can get the conversation up, and I can kind of read some of it back to you, because I was doing it loud, like talking to it, and it was talking back to me. This is ChatGPT. Still can't say it. ChatGPT. Why couldn't they have given it a better name than that? Just like chatty, or I don't know, something a bit more. The GPT. Anyway, let's have a look. App plan. So I had this quite a long conversation with it about this. So we started talking about the app. My idea is this: have an app, like on, the iPhone or Android or whatever, iPad, wherever you use your apps, where you could technically listen to all my recordings. So I'd probably start off just doing the Let Me Bore You to Sleep to start with, but maybe do it so you can also listen to the hypnosis stuff as well. So if I base it just on the Let Me Bore You to Sleep, one of the problems is the amount of recordings I've got. I've got such a huge library, a back library, including all the different versions, the lengths and stuff, which makes it very complicated. So my idea was to upload one recording every time, and then the app could make it to the length that you want. So you could say, if you want it 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours, maybe you want it to just go on for an hour and then just, go down, like cut out or phase out. So then I'd have it set up so that my other stuff would continue with it, to make it 10 hours. So it'd do all that for me. I would just upload one recording to the server. And then the music, I thought it'd be good if people could choose the music they want, or AI produces the music, creates the music, the background music that is, to go with the recording. So it give you the choice of how, and also you can choose the speed of the recording and all those things. And there'd have to be a cost for it, because it would cost an absolute fortune. I didn't realise how much it would cost to get it done, but I went into that, and what did they say? I just want to read this bit out, because that's the bit that got me thinking, ooh. Right. So saying, it's saying to me, basically, to get it going and to get an app developer to to do it would cost anything up to £100,000. So that's like, well, that's not going to happen. But the AI was talking to me and saying, well, one of the things I've got that are probably nearly not no one, but most people don't have, is the back catalogue. Most podcasters or hypnotists or whatever don't have thousands of recordings. So it's kind of, there's the advantage of that. But also I was thinking what I'd quite like to do is, because I've cloned my voice, and the cloning is getting better and better. I use 11 labs, so I've got my voice already done, and it can be improved. You know, they're always improving it. In a few years' time, you probably wouldn't even tell the difference between me talking and the clone. So then that gives the opportunity for people to just say, well, what do you want the recording to be? Relaxation, sleep recording. How long? 2 hours, 10 hours. With music, without music, any particular subject, beach, rainforest, you know, whatever, and then just play around with the fate, you know, like what kind of stuff you want to do. I don't know, I've not really thought about it too much, but you could go like level of hypnoticness or level of deepness. Do you want to include a body scan? Do you know, just click what you want, and then the AI would create that using my voice, which again would cost money every time it was used. You know, every time that system was used, it would cost money. I don't know how much money, and I don't even know if it's possible to do it now. It might well be, but it's out of my knowledge base. Most things are out of my knowledge base, really. That definitely is. But the idea, like using ChatGPT, I thought that they could just build it for me. Build the app, build it. I tell you what I want, and you just build it. I genuinely thought that was what I could do. And I was a little bit wrong, because what I'm trying to put together is a very complicated thing. Even if I didn't go down the road of using my voice, you know, doing the cloned voice, although I think that would open up possibilities, tremendous possibilities in the future. But if I just stuck to my original recordings that I've already done, and I mean, when I was talking about the clone voice, I'm talking about hypnosis recordings for that, not the let me bore you to sleep. That's got to be me. You know, that's got to come from me. Not the only time I would use AI to use my voice, clone voice, for a let me bore you to sleep, is if I didn't have my own voice anymore for whatever reason. Then I would write the script, maybe type it out, and then, you know, use my cloned voice to speak it out loud what I was thinking, if that makes sense. But outside of that, I wouldn't use my cloned voice, you know, for a let me bore you to sleep, you know, talk about a subject. I mean, I guess it could, given all the scripts and all the transcripts that I've done and uploaded. It's got 350 out of 1600 so far. It could probably put together, it's got an idea of me as a person, because I use ChatGPT every day. When it comes to medical stuff, I go on there, and I don't just go by what it says and you know, then don't go to the doctor. I still, I still go down the correct path. But, I mean, just now, a few hours ago, so my blood test results came back, and I looked at them. I don't know, I think it's Friday. And, yeah, it's Friday. And my blood sugar level was high. And it was the retake test, so, because the previous one was high. So I was 54, this time I was 53, so it's a little bit lower, but it was still, I think anything above 48, I do believe, is classed as diabetic. So I'm thinking, what shall I do? What shall I do? So I phoned them up, and they said, oh no, don't worry about it, you're with the diabetic nurse now, they'll contact you. And I'm thinking, well, okay, isn't it, I mean, from a human perspective, medical perspective, health perspective, is it quite important that it gets looked at, like, quite quick? Or maybe I'm not at the level where they need to worry. I don't know. But I'd not received anything from them, and if I hadn't put those results, so basically with ChatGPT, I copied the screen of all the blood test results that I got back, uploaded it to ChatGPT, and it told me exactly what everything meant. And it said, call the doctor about the blood sugar level, which I did, and they seemed less. ChatGPT is more, he cares more about me than my own doctor's surgery. I'm shocked. See, I know not everyone probably is a fan of AI. I say probably, I know people that aren't. It's helped me out so much. The little things. So we had a power. I woke up one morning and there was no lights on. It was the middle of the night. It was like 5 or whatever. No lights on. And I'm like, oh, is it a power cut? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So I go into the storage room. That's where the meter is, or the power thing, where all the different buttons are. There's a technical term for that, but I'm not an electrician. Is it the power board or something? And there's a light in the storage room that actually works, which is weird. I don't know how that works when all the other stuff's cut off. Anyway, I discovered that about 3 years ago. So I was living here for 8 years, fiddling around in the dark with a torch, trying to figure out what's going on the power board and which switches had gone off or whatever. And all I had to do was just turn the light on. It's crazy. I just didn't know. I just figured if all the other lights are off, that's going to be off too. But it wasn't. Anyway, so what I did this time, and there's a new board up, because when they put in the new meter, I think they put a new board up. I don't know why. I think it might be to do with the solar paneling on the roof, because they came in. I think they put some new stuff up then. Anyway, I didn't know what I was looking at. So all I did, right, I took a picture of the board, with all the buttons up, down, whichever. I didn't say anything, but just uploaded it to ChatGPT. Didn't say please help, didn't say the lights are off, nothing. I just uploaded it, and it said exactly what was going on. It said whatever switch is flipped is switched, or flipped, or whatever. and it told me, and it like an arrow and everything said exactly what I had to do, which took a second to like just push one up, and the whole thing came back on. I genuinely didn't know what to do, because they changed the whole board, the whole thing, because it used to be on the right hand side and now it's changed, and like, oh, because I used to have this situation where I could never seem to operate the toaster and the kettle at the same time without tripping a switch. I was like, this is ridiculous. And I didn't know which was doing what. Was it the kettle? Was it the toaster? Was it the fact that maybe it was just that plug? So I was using the two sockets. It's a 2-socket thing on the wall. And here's a question. Why do people in other countries still have those 2-pin sockets? Like plugs, 2-pin plugs that can just fall out? I don't know if they fall out in America but I've been to places where they just literally, they're not tight at all. Here, our plugs are tight. You push them in, they're solid. You know, but those ones, like, it just seems weird. Please sort it out, whoever you are. I wouldn't want one of them. 2 thong plugs. Is it 2 plug thongs? Not a thong, you know. 2. Vinny, can you make a bit more noise, please, licking yourself? Thank you. I was so tired making that recording this morning. Genuinely, it fried my mind. It's really hard to focus and fall asleep at the same time and talk. I can't even do a let me boy to sleep when I'm like super tired, because nothing happens. My brain just doesn't function. It wasn't very interesting, was it? Some would argue, slightly boring. You hear the sound he's making. I don't know if you can hear it, but he's giving himself a bath, a strip bath, or whatever you want to call it, a bed bath. And sometimes I'll be here and I'll do a hypnosis recording, and he's being nice and quiet, and he's just laying on the sofa. So I won't put him into the bedroom, and he starts licking himself, and regardless of whether or not you can hear him, I can hear him, and it's very distracting for me, because it's all I can hear. Literally, apart from my own voice, there's no other sounds until the dog starts barking again. I was like, he's like, it's like, come on, man, really? And no, Vinny, I'm not jealous. No matter how many times you say it, I'm not. There was something I was going to talk about, and I ended up not talking about it on Friday. Was it the doctors? I went to the doctors. It was kind of weird, because I went to the doctors, and this is on Wednesday, I think. Got a taxi there, got a taxi back. Lovely day. It was warm, but it was just quite kind of bit of breeze, It was nice. And went into the supermarket, got a few little bits and bobs as well before getting the taxi back. And Yeah, the nurse said to me, have you been drinking, do you drink enough water? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what enough is. I said, well, I do drink water. Because she was struggling to get a vein from my left arm. And I said, well, I've not ever really had a veiny body, really. Do you know? I've never had those kind of muscles with bulging veins. Just never have. It's not the kind of body I've got. And she ended up doing it in my right arm. And it's really weird because I've got a bruise there still. What is it, Mondays? It's nearly a week. Still got a bit of a bruise. I'm realising that my skin is getting old. I'm going to be... imagine I'm going to end up like being like, I bash myself and I've got a massive bruise. Like, what? Because I've not got to that stage yet. But it looks like a hickey. Looks like someone's giving me a love bite on the inner part of the elbow. Is it the inner elbow? You know, when you close your arm, the opposite to the elbow, the inner arm. Anyway, when I get out of there and I go to the reception because I need to... What do I need to do at the reception? Oh yeah, that's it. Anyway, I'm talking to the receptionist. Well, no, actually, I'm waiting for the receptionist. There's two people ahead of me. And I'm looking at her and I'm thinking, she looks familiar. Where do I know her from? And so eventually I walk up. She said, hello, next, please. And I said, you look familiar. Where do I know you from? And she said, yeah, you do as well. And I said, did we used to be married? And she said, no. It turned out she used to work in a supermarket. And I first met her in about 2007, 2008. She used to be in town, and I used to go in there quite regularly. I was like, wow, crazy. It's a long time ago, isn't it? And yes, so now she works at the doctor's surgery. That story wasn't full of as much. I thought it'd be a bit more exciting than that, you know? When I started out on that story, I thought, yeah, this will go somewhere nice. This will be worth the wait. This will be almost... This story will make the recording. In fact, I might even create the title around this particular story. But now I've told it, I don't think it deserves to be part of the title. And I think all the stuff that I remember, or that I did remember from going to the doctors, has almost kind of been forgotten now because I left it too late. I should have talked about it after it happened. I think I did mention it a little bit, but just trying to think back. I mean, Vinny was pretty good. He did howl for, I think, 10 minutes, which is 10 minutes too long, but it was more crying than howling. He just doesn't like being left alone. I'm wondering though that if I leave him in the bedroom, on the bed, he might not be that as bothered as he is me leaving him in the living room, because he loves the bed, he loves going to sleep, and he'd probably just go to sleep for 2 or 3 hours and not even notice I'm not there. Because if I had that door open, he'd probably be in the bedroom now. He loves the bed. Really, really loves the bed. Really, really, really. Do he love the bed? Yeah, he do. I don't know what's going on with the internet at the moment, but it's literally taken absolutely ages to upload my recordings, my new hypnosis recording, and I'm not even sure if it's all been uploaded properly. Has it been? Nope, it hasn't. One still hasn't been uploaded there, and on the other podcast, let's have a look. One, okay, yeah. So only one hasn't uploaded, so it's gone quite well, but it took absolutely yonks and yonks and yonks. So check speed, see, do that again. I went online to try and find, did I tell you I'm getting like 18 megabytes? No, that's ridiculous. I phoned up my broadband provider, I think it was Friday, and it turns out that they don't even service this area. I said, what do you mean you don't service this area? I live here. You took me on as a customer like 3-4 years ago. He said, yeah, but if you came in as a new customer and wanted broadband where you live, we'd turn you down. I said, what? That doesn't even make sense. How can you charge me for my broadband? I mean, I am getting broadband. It's just not very fast. And he said, oh, well, we don't have any control over the masts or whatever. So they got no control. So it's really a case of potluck, whether or not you actually get anything, get a service. I'm like, this is ridiculous. And he said, yeah, but good thing is, if you want, I can get you a cheaper price. I can get it for you £10 cheaper a month. I said, okay. And he said that'd be a 24-month contract. So you're telling me, because I'm out of contract now, so you're telling me that you wouldn't take new customers on, but you'll give me a new contract for a service that you can't guarantee, that isn't very good? He said, yeah, you got it in one, baby. It's like, really? It does not make any sense at all. So I started going online trying to find a broadband that I could change it. See, what I've done is I brought the broadband, the whatever you call it, the hub, instead of being on my windowsill, I've moved it right near the computer, and it seems to be working better than it did on a windowsill, which doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, maybe it's that huge tree that's blocking the signal. I don't know. All I know is when I'm watching Netflix or YouTube on television, I shouldn't ever get buffering. In fact, I would argue that nobody should ever see the buffering sign, because this isn't dial-up. You know, there was a time when getting 2 megabytes a second was exciting. to be able to, wow, you could actually download a picture in less than a minute. It was exciting stuff. Broadband was still small and very slow, but it was still brilliant compared to dial-up. Because I remember dial-up, you never would have been able to stream movies or anything like that with dial-up. Not the old dial-up anyway. Maybe dial-up still exists, so I don't know. If it does, I'm sure it's a lot better than it used to be. I remember that. Do-do-do-do, doing, doing. I used to love that sound. The sound of success. That was online, and I could explore the world, because I loved the internet. When I first discovered it, I didn't actually discover the internet, but when I first found out about it, at first I thought, oh, what a pile of crap, because it just didn't interest me. Because I thought, oh, it's just sending emails and like, boring. And so much of it was just text on a screen. But then, I don't know, it caught me in its net. And I became fascinated by it. And then, so like 98, 99... I was watching, I was on the internet a lot, and then 2000 I started actually building websites, so I became even more obsessed. I was obsessed for a while, about a year and a half, and I loved it. And I wish, in a way, life kind of stopped it from happening, but I wish I could have pursued it maybe, because I loved it so much and I was willing to spend every minute of the day. I imagine I'd have been quite a good employee, even though I didn't have the skills necessarily. I was willing to learn the skills, and I reckon for a lot of employers that dedication is worth a lot, because I lived it. And you know what, I don't talk about this enough really, but I'm not embarrassed, but when I first started doing insurance, it was my life. It became my life, to the point where I did have a social life as well, but it was with people I worked with. But I actually got to the point where I would go into work early to get more sales. And when I wasn't at work, when I was at home, weekends, stuff like that, I'd be reading sales books, because I had a sales job. So I was reading sales books or listening to sales audio tapes, things like Zig Ziglar and Anthony Robbins, and I just really got into that. But I'd already been listening to those recordings back in the 90s. I'd already been reading sales books from the early 90s. No, in fact, the late 80s. Wow. Because I had this dream, right? I had a dream. When I was about 18, well, I was 18, not about, I was literally 18. The summer of my 18th year, I was a canvasser. So I was knocking on people's doors for a double glazing company. I was in a little team became really good friends with them, and my boss Jeff, he's long gone now, but he used to drive us around, and there was just three of us and my boss. And we would go out I think we'd go out about 4:30 till about 7. So we'd probably do about 3 hours, at least, at the most 3 hours a day, 2.5, 3 hours. And I think our basic, it was 120 a week. And then we would get paid bonuses for if they got their foot in the door. So I'd get telephone numbers from people and the address and their name from people that were interested in maybe getting some new double glazing or a conservatory or a new front door, that sort of stuff. And it was for a building firm. So they did windows, but they also did other stuff. So that was the job. Our job was to knock on the front doors. They were very specific about that after the event with the back door, but let's not talk about that. And just introduce myself. Hello, my name's Jason. I'm from CNR or CNB or A&L or whatever. Windows double glazing. And I'd like to see an enactment of me, just what I was like back then, because I was quite outgoing during that summer, possibly going through a bit of a manic period, but I was also enjoying myself. And it was the first summer that I'd enjoyed myself as an adult. Well, I hadn't been an adult for long, but so when I was 15, that summer was working. I was kind of like, living on the sofa, so that was a bit of a rubbish summer. 16, so I was working in a chip shop. Then I was 16, summer, working in a chip shop. 17, the summer, again working in the co-op. So I had 3 summers that weren't, particularly great. But my 18th, in 1989, not the whole summer, but part of the summer. Vinny, stop chasing the flies because you're making noise. Don't look at me like, don't. Okay, carry on. Mr. Floppy Ears. Mr. Floppy Ears. The beginning of the summer wasn't great, to be honest, but then I went to France rather. I went to Spain first for the afternoon. Then I went to France for a little while, for 5 or 6 days. And then I got that job as a canvasser for the double glazing. That period of time was really good. I enjoyed myself. Yeah, it was the first memorable summer as an adult. I mean, since I left school. Although I actually did quite like the summer of 1990, because we all got laid off from the canvassing, in about I think it was October, maybe September, October time, and because they decided just to put money into advertising on the radio and stuff. Are you enjoying that, Vinny? So I moved to London and I got a phone call from my friend who was canvassing, my canvassing friend. And he said, "Oh, we've started back again." So this was in, I think, the April of the next year, 1990. And he said, "Just call Jeff up, and because Jeff asked where you were, and you can start back." So I called Jeff up. He said, "Yeah, come back, and you can start Monday." So this was on the Friday evening. Phoned my dad up, and my dad said, "Yeah, you can stay here for a bit." So I moved, because I was earning like £100 a week in a really grotty job, 8 hours a day in a fridge, basically, big fridge. And I was going to be getting paid pretty much twice that, because with the bonuses and stuff, it probably would come up to nearly 200, but at least 150, 160 a week for 3 hours an evening. So 15 hours a week. So for 15 hours a week instead of 40 hours a week, I kind of like, yeah, fair enough. I realised it wasn't necessarily going to be very stable, because, and this was different companies, not the same company as before. So we were actually canvassing for 3 different companies, and we were all supposed to be out for 6 hours a day for each company. The companies didn't know about each other, if that makes sense. I found out this a bit later on. So we were getting paid for 15 hours when we should have been doing 6 hours a day, 6, 12, 18 hours. We should have been doing 18 hours a day, technically, but we were doing 3 hours a day. But we were quite good, so obviously they must be happy because they were getting sales. So we'd get a bonus if they were able to get into the house to see the potential customer, and if they sold something, then we'd get a bonus as well on top of that. So that was alright. So I enjoyed that summer. In 1990, I decided that I knew that I couldn't rely upon that because of what happened the previous year. It came to an end, no notice last time. It was literally the Friday or Thursday, yeah, we're finished. And that was it. No more money. So I didn't want to really depend upon that. Plus, I had decided I was moving back to London to pursue comedy, even though I just moved away from London. I don't always do things in the right order, to be honest. So then, what I did is I applied for a night shift job in the meter factory where I'd already worked twice before and left twice before without giving any notice, just not turned up. And they still gave me a job. It's just, I didn't think I stood a chance of getting the job. But they did. They gave me the job. And it's night shift, so I could still do the canvassing in the early evening or the late afternoon. So I was doing the canvassing from, I think it was 4 till 7. So I was getting up I was working from 10 in the evening till 6 in the morning. I'd get home 6:30, have my breakfast, go to bed about 7. Yeah, I'd get up about 2, so about 7 hours sleep, maybe 6 hours sleep, 7, and then I'd get picked up at 4 o'clock. and I'd finish at 7, and then I'd go home a couple of hours, and then I'd leave off half an hour before 9:30 to get to the place where I was working. So I did that for, I think, a couple of months, and it was very tiring. You know, it was just work all the time. And so I quit the canvassing. I just couldn't do. I mean, technically the canvassing, I was getting more money from that, in a sense of, you know, the small amount of hours, and what I was getting for just 3 hours a day was really good. But I actually liked the job I had in the factory, because it was night shift, which suited me really well. I liked the people I was working with. I liked the job itself, because I wasn't like lugging about and bending around putting meters in boxes anymore. I was doing more of the technical stuff, like taking meters apart and putting them together, and, you know, checking for faults and stuff like that. So I enjoyed that job, and it's very clean, you know, because it was very static free, so it's a very clean environment. And yeah, I do the occasional Saturday morning overtime, if they asked. And I remember I used to, considering I was planning to move back to London, which I did. I moved back in January 1991. I made no plans, no financial plans. I could have saved up thousands of pounds during that year. I wasn't even paying my dad any rent. I know, it's sad, isn't it? I don't think I was, because he was always like, well, just, we'll sort it out later, and he wasn't really bothered. So I really could have put away, I could have saved, when I had both the jobs, I probably could have saved £1,000 a month. Not easily, but at least 500 very easily, which is quite a lot of money. You know, we're talking 1990, like 100 years ago. So I think between the two jobs, I must have had, £1,400 coming in, £1,500 a month, because I was getting bonuses for the other one. So I must have, because it was night shift as well, I got paid more than a day shift. And then, as so many other things do, it kind of came crashing down, because they decided, and I don't know why, they decided to move me, not just me, I think, well, basically they reduced the night shift, and I got put on to the double shift, 1 week 6 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon, the next week 2 in the afternoon till 10 in the evening. Now, if I'd had my mouth about me, I would have just asked to have a change, to say, can I please stay on the night shift? I didn't ask, I didn't even, I moaned, but I didn't ask. And I knew as soon as they changed it that I was going to leave. But I didn't want to leave, but I knew, and I was still doing the same job as well. It was not like they were changing my job, but just doing it during the day. But I knew how I was with getting up early in the morning. It's not easy to do, and to not have that stability. I realised when I was doing the second insurance job that I was kind of okay with different hours, like, as long as it was the same hours every week. So I went through a period when I was working till 9 o'clock every night. I think it was like 1 till 9 every night, every day, Monday to Thursday, and then 9 till 1 on a Friday, and the weekends off. Yeah, it was all weekends off, I think it was. So for me, that was good, because it was stable. I knew where I was getting up at the same time every day, and that's what I needed. In the same way, I couldn't have done night shift and then day shift, night shift then day shift. It just didn't suit me. Maybe some other people it could suit them, but I needed the same shift pattern every week. And I didn't get that with the insurance jobs either. Luckily I did because I asked to go on to that late shift, finishing at 9, or was it 10? I think it was 9. I asked, and because a lot of people didn't want to do that shift, because it was mainly young men worked there, and they wanted to go out drinking and having fun and whatever. I didn't want to do that, so I was happy to do the 9 finish it in the evening. But all 3 of the insurance jobs, although the hours weren't extremely different, like 6 till 2 and then 2 till 10, wasn't anything quite as bad as that, but it was still, 8 o'clock start and 9 o'clock finish, and various different shifts between that, which is not that different. In fact, there'd be a rota of shifts, and there'd be like 6 different shifts, no patterns, and every week it'd be different for like 6 weeks, which I found very confusing. So yeah, so I left. I remember because I moved out of my dad's. Actually, my dad moved from where he was living into where he's living now. He's been for a long time. And so I helped him move, and what was I? At the time, I was 20, just turned 20. In fact, I might have still been 19. And it might, I think it was like August time. So around this time. So I lived there for a few weeks, and the plan, I didn't realise what the plan was. The plan was not for me to live there. The plan was for my dad's girlfriend to move in with her kids, which is what happened. But I decided to move anyway, because I wanted to, have my own place, have my own space and stuff. So I moved into it was like this studio apartment, but it was originally what used to be for holiday makers, people that would come on holiday to the beach, and people would stay in there, and I quite liked the room, actually. It's a room. I think it even had a chair to sit in, TV, had bed, kitchen, bathroom. It's well. In a way, it looked like the inside of a caravan, like one of the nice caravans. But it was upstairs in a building, and I was living there. And a couple of things happened while I was there that kind of yeah, put me off living there. The first thing is I came home from work one day. At this point I was still doing night shift. And my landlord was all huffy and puffy and overexcited. It's like, what's wrong? He said, I was in bed. So I must have, oh yeah, because I did night shift. So I come home, like, I got home probably 6:30. I think he was waiting for me. And I said, what? He said, I was in bed last night with my wife. About 2 o'clock in the morning, the ceiling caved in on us. And we got soaking wet. And all the plaster came off the ceiling. And I said, yeah, what are you telling me? I didn't say what are you telling me, but I'm thinking like, well, yes, that's nice, but you know, I've got to go and have some breakfast. And he said, it's your fault. I said, what do you mean it's my fault? He said, your tap was running. She'd been in the flat and the tap was running. I said, yeah, but I turned the tap off. If there's a faulty tap, then it's not my fault. So the tap overflowed, and he was going on about suing me, which made me giggle. I mean, how are you going to sue? How are you going to sue me? How's that even? I mean, I was a teenager. I had nothing. Literally, I didn't have any belongings. I had a few clothes. And he was talking about suing me for something that I hadn't done. So he didn't seem to like me anymore after that. He was also very short. Not that that's really relevant, but just reminded me of someone on a TV show that I found a bit weird. But it was a Tales of the Unexpected story. And to add on to that, when they told me at work that my shift was being changed from night shift to moving between, 6 till 2 and then 2 till 10 the following week, I wasn't best pleased, but I went along anyway, went along with it, did it for a couple of weeks, and I just couldn't get out of bed. And I didn't tell them, didn't phone them, nothing. Also, they were in the process of making people redundant. So I just assumed that I was on that list, first in, last in, first out kind of thing, because I'd only been there for a little while. So I thought, that's why they've moved me, because they're going to make me redundant and just kick me out. And I wouldn't have got any redundancy money because I'd only been there since, April. So I just, between that and the shifts, not being able to get out of bed, so I just didn't go in anymore. Which then meant that I didn't have any rent. Which then meant my landlord hassling me for the rent. So I had to get out of there sharpish. And I found somewhere else to live that was cheaper. And I had 2 cleaning jobs building up to Christmas. This December I moved in there, and I think possibly the end of November, maybe beginning of December, maybe November. I was only there for about 5 or 6 weeks. So I was there until the beginning of January 1991. And so I'm in there, 2 part-time jobs. So I think I'm working 4 hours a day as a cleaner. So 2 different, one on the office in the docks, and then another one in a supermarket in town. So I'm literally living off a very small amount of money, because the rent was low, but which is lucky for me. It's for like £30 a week, and I probably had about £15 a week for food. But I managed it, you know. It was doable. I did it, and it was fine. And it's weird because in some ways I quite like living there, in a weird way. The room was way too hot because the radiators were always on. So I'd have to, and I was on the ground floor, so I'd open the window up to let the air out. So I had a bit of breeze coming in, but the room was always warm. And my landlady, the lady and the man in the room next to me, there was a couple. I got on really well with them. And they would play their music very loud. And they were really into, what's his name? Pavarotti. So they kept playing, because at that time Pavarotti it became a superstar all over again. People that never heard of Pavarotti because of the World Cup now knew about Pavarotti. Like, he was, superstar. I mean, it already had been, always was, but this was like on a new level, I think, European-wise anyway, or in this country. And I used to moan at them and say, "Can you turn your music down?" And they would. Then they'd turn it up again. But it was never through malice. They were always nice to me. And it was weird because I went to his wedding because he married a different woman. And now he's living with that woman's friend. So I went to his wedding the year before. And they both liked to drink, let's put it that way. But at the same time, it didn't really, I don't think they argued a little bit, but they really seemed to love each other. And they were also really friendly to me. Whether they were sober or drunk, I mean, I say whether they were sober, I'm not sure if I ever met them when they were sober, but they were just nice people, and it seemed like, you know, they'd met the person they wanted to be with. It was lovely. But turn the music down. It's very loud at times. But I used to be super sensitive with my old hearing. Any doors slamming, clicking, anything like that, it used to just, wherever I lived, I used to get a little bit sensitive. I'm not so much now. I mean, not anywhere like I used to be. No. You may not believe me, but it's true. I'm not. I'm much more easygoing than I used to be in the old days. I found out, ironically, when I moved into this house, the last house I lived in before I moved to London, so this is the one, the really hot room and with my neighbours, I was living opposite one of my supervisors, or one of my supervisors from my last job in the factory. And I realised I loved her. And I was back living in the same road as I'd grown up in, like my childhood home from the age of 9 to 15. I was just a little bit further up from where I used to live. And I realised afterwards that she was my friend's sister. So I dated a girl, but it was like friend date, girlfriend, then friend, it's not really, I was at school. But her sister was a fair bit older than her, and me as well, so, but not, at that age, a lot older, but by the time I was 19, or I was 20 at this point, she was probably about 24, 25, and not a lot in it really anymore. And she was there with, I went into her house because she had a kid, so I went to her flat upstairs. I realised afterwards that she was still in the same house as she was before, but she's clearly taken it over. It's hers now. She lives there, and I don't know who lives downstairs. Maybe her parents live downstairs, I don't know. So I was up there, and the other supervisor, so basically there was two supervisors on night shift, them two ladies, and they were saying, what happened to you? I said, well, I figured I was going to get made redundant, so I just didn't come in anymore. And they both said, no, you weren't. I mean, one of them had been there for a long time. She was like much more senior than the one that I was talking about earlier. And she said, no, you weren't going to get redundant. We were going to get rid of the old wood, the people that they just turn up and they don't do anything. People that have been there for 20, 30 years. Some of those people will looking to kind of, say goodbye to them. And she was saying, no, but everyone gets on with you. You're well liked and you're cheeky, but we all like you there. So we were surprised when you left. I was like, I didn't ask if I could go back because I thought, you know what? I've been there 3 times. I've worked 3 times and left 3 times without even telling them. I was lucky to get, the only reason I got back the 2 times after I left was because I was friends. Well, no, the second time I got back. So basically, I started working there in September 1988. Yeah, 1988. That's it, 1988. So I worked, there was 2 factories. I worked in the old factory, but there was a bloke that did the same thing in the new factory, but they did a similar thing to what we were doing. And he was from Liverpool, and he used to come over with another bloke that worked there, and we'd all have a chat, and I got on really well with him. And I think I did overtime a couple of times, and I worked over there with him. So I left there. I don't even remember. Oh, yeah. I left there to go and get a job in a pub. So I started there in September. I left in probably beginning of December, which, although it was 3 months, that's a heck of a long time for me at the time. 3 months was a long time. So I left when I just needed to do something different. I was bored just putting meters into boxes, electric meters. So it was it was a bit just boring, and I suppose I didn't have a lifestyle outside of work. I didn't have my own flat. I was just living in a little room, and I had no aspirations at all in life, just no motivation, nothing that I was looking forward to. So I was just working. I'd do loads of overtime. There'd even be a point, which is ironic because a year earlier I was absolutely skint, but there'd be periods that I would have money because I was doing so much overtime. I was getting a nice packet of money at the end of the month, and I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't think to myself, oh, okay, I'll put this as a deposit on a flat and rent a flat somewhere and start building a life. Never even entered my mind to do anything like that. I was just looking around. I went to antique shops thinking, get an old gun or just something. I didn't know what. I wanted something, but I didn't know what to spend the money on. And because I was living in these tiny little rooms, I couldn't really collect anything. There was no room to put anything. There was a bed, a wardrobe, maybe a chair, and somewhere to put a television. Quite often that would be on the set of drawers, and that'd be it. There'd be no room for books, no room to be collecting albums or anything really. I mean, in reality, I could have got driving lessons, got myself a car, motorbike. I could have done all that stuff, but didn't even consider it. Didn't even think about it. It was one day at a time. I mean, what I could have done, thinking about it, if I wanted to. Actually, I didn't want to live a life where I just kept leaving my jobs. It just happened to be how things were. But I could have put money aside for those times, so I could just work for 3 months and then have the rest of the year off, or have 6 months off and then get another job, which was usually quite easy back then. So I left the job the first time in the meter factory. I got a job in a chip shop. That really didn't work out very well. And then I left there in a pub. No, did I say chip shop, man? Blimey. I got a job in a pub. I chose to work in a pub. I'd never done it before. I thought it would be fun. I'd meet people, have a social life, maybe get married, None of those things happened. I did meet a future landlord and landlady, so I guess something good came out of it from that aspect. But, I did that job, started it probably beginning of December, end of November, and I finished it on New Year's Eve. I left, I never went back because they were trying to retrain me. They said you have to come in tomorrow, New Year's Day, for retraining because the tills were short again. So like pointing the finger at me, and I said no. I've got dinner because I didn't have Christmas dinner because I was working all through Christmas. I said I've got my dinner with my nanny and granddad and my family. So I missed Christmas dinner because I was here. So I'm definitely won't be here tomorrow. And he said, if you don't come in tomorrow, then you haven't got a job. I said, all right then, see ya. And then it turns out he's telling all the regular customers that I was sacked for taking money out of the till. It's like, even I know that it's ridiculous to take money out of a till because the till's going to be short. You have to be cleverer than that. I'm not sure how, because I don't really have that mindset, but you don't, if you put in, you've got, because these were the days when it wasn't sophisticated. You just type in the amount. You'd have to work out the full amount of all the drinks, then type it in. So basically, if you want to steal £10, then instead of putting £20. Oh, how am I going to say it? Yeah, I don't know, but you have to put in half. You'd have to reduce the amount you type in if you're going to take that money. I think. I'll tell you something. In the comedy club, my friend who owned the comedy club, he knew all the tricks, because he used to do them. And one night at the end of the night, 2 in the morning, it'd been a good night, successful, loads of people, and he called everyone to the bar, to the front of the bar, and he basically kicked the bin over, the bin that was behind the bar, and he poured it on the floor and started kicking stuff out of the way. And there was loads of pound coins in there. Like loads and loads of pound coins. So the bar person on that particular night was skimming. I don't know how they were doing it, because they weren't putting it into the till, so it wasn't coming out like you could see the till. The till wasn't sure. It was doing it some other way with the cash. But my friend was watching everyone, and he watched him do it, and he just let him continue doing it. And I don't know if he called the police or not, or just dealt it in his own way, probably. And he said to me, that's why he said the reason he had me working on the door, I'd help out and take money on the door and do some little bits and bobs. He did that because he trusted me. And he said he didn't trust many people. And honestly, it's weird. The thing about it is he'd come in, probably, because he'd come and go, because he didn't have to actually work in there, but he was a boss, but he'd be upstairs, or he might go home and he'd come back. And he'd go into the till behind the bar, or he'd take all the money out from the take, so he'd hand me like 2 or 3 grand, and he'd just say, put that in your pocket until we cash up. Just put it in your pocket. That's how much he trusted me. Well, he only did it once, because I took off and I've not seen him again. That was a lovely 2.5 grand, that was. No, but he trusted like that. I remember the first time he did it, I thought, is this a bonus? A pay rise? What is it you want from me? But he used to come because he wanted, I think he just didn't want it all stuck in one place. So yeah, so put it in your pocket. And then he'd only allow me to deal with the door money, to cash it up. So no one else is allowed to touch the door money. It's like, yeah, so it's quite nice being trusted. I quite liked it. I don't think I'd ever been trusted before. Not like that. Actually, that's not totally true. My boss in the chip shop used to trust me to take the money to the bank and put it in. So he'd have like a bag with 5 grand in there or something. And I was living on £7 a week. I can't move on, can I? Move on. It's like 40 years ago. Move on, baby. I can't. I'm trying to. I did get pies. I used to sneak down on a Sunday because I'd have no food. And when we were open, I'd eat because I'd be working. Or even if I wasn't working, I could come in and get food, Whoever was working would give me whatever I wanted. That's just the perk of working in a place, isn't it? If you work in the Wimpy, or if you work in McDonald's, maybe not McDonald's, but I'm thinking they're pretty quite strict. yeah, there's a lot of people watching you there, I imagine. But if you work in a kebab shop, you go in on your day off, they're just going to give you a kebab, aren't they, probably? So I always kind of had food kind of generally during the week. Sundays, I'd have my breakfast cereal and I would just have nothing sometimes, and I have to come down because I had the keys to the building, so I'd come down and go in. And I think one of my favourite things to do was, I didn't turn the fryers on or anything like that. It'd always be just like a microwave. So I'd get stuff that was left over from the day before, like Cornish pasties. I'd perhaps get a couple of them, heat them up, and then if there's any bread rolls left, get some bread rolls, tomato ketchup, maybe a couple of cans of Coke, and that'd be me. And it's, yeah, I mean, it's probably a little bit sneaky, but I needed to eat. And the thing is, I was really good. I know I do probably, maybe I moan a bit too much about the place, and I perhaps don't give it, it doesn't sound like it's a good memory or whatever. But the thing I did like about it, first of all, my boss was a nice bloke. I'm kind of starting to see outside of my own resentment these days. Actually, he was a good person. And he kind of took me under his wing, in a sense. If you think about it, I was left on my own. And he gave me somewhere to live upstairs. I know he was getting 40 quid a week. But then he was probably having to pay out that much anyway. It's probably, you know, because he was renting the shop and renting the flat upstairs. So I was probably just covering the cost of the flat, because he could have rented it out for a lot more than £40 a week. So I don't know. And he taught me how to prepare fish, and he taught me how to, you know, I would say, in my opinion, but we were the best chip shop in town. We did the best chips, and I'd say did the best fish, and I was the best fish fryer, other than maybe him, maybe Paul. There was a bloke called Paul. Why do I remember his name? But I would say I was the best. Apart from my boss, he was better than me because he'd been doing it a lot longer than me. But I did become good at it, because, you know, you do anything all day long, you become good at it, even if it's not useful, even if it's unhelpful. You know, we become good at what we do, don't we? I'm not saying I'm good at this, but in a sense of yabbering on, yeah, I'm good at just talking. Doesn't mean that what I'm saying is of any use, but it's, you know what I mean. So sitting here, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's something that's quite easy. And I'm sure there's a lot of people around the world that probably think that this is easy to do and that they'd find it easy. But I reckon a lot of people would be surprised at how difficult it is for them to sit in front of a microphone, no one else about, and I've got little Vinny, but he's not that actively involved in the podcasting process, to be honest. But to have no stimulation. I mean, I suppose I've got the laptop here, so I can look at stuff online, but I mean, quite often I don't even have the laptop on. I'll have it down and I'll just be talking. And I've not really looked at it much at all during this recording. So, I'd be interested to find out, but I imagine a lot of people would be surprised that it's not as easy as perhaps it sounds or it seems. I might be wrong, but I've heard a few people in the past say that, like, oh, it'd be easier than they tried it, and like, they just stopped. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Gonna go. So I'm gonna go get ready, take Vinny out for a bit. Then I'm gonna have my din-dins, watch a bit of telly, the dog's barking to say goodbye. Bye everybody, bye bye. Hope you like the fact that I've been fairly quiet during the recording. Bye. And I'll be back again tomorrow. So take care, remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy, and be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Even Vinny's flapping his ears to say goodbye. See ya. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way, maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I'll find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I'll just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was person's voice relaxed me. just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, press the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized, really. It was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings now, for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep. Without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring, and I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring, or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. Breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. Feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity. With a joyful heart, just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful. Completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down. Slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Drip in out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper. And deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, muscles in the front of your body, are also feeling peaceful. Deeply. There's a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. your stomach, peaceful in your stomach. Your back, notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles. Your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body. tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers, all the way to your lower back. Letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting. Mind just wandering away. Happy to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go. Even more. enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. Very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body. Just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. Total peace. Calm. So calm. Letting go. Peace of mind. Relaxed body. So relaxed. So relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. And things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up. And your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, positive healing. Energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply, and those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead, just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. Background sounds like Mr. Herbert the pigeon can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time, and all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely, moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth, your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling front of your neck and your throat. Relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and loose and calm. And now the back of your neck, focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips. So down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. shoulders, you may notice they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. And that feeling of those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth. And calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms. Relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms. Healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there, because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. Loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose. Your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body. So comfortable. Moving your focus muscles and your shins completely. Feeling in your feet, so peaceful, so calm, so peaceful. So calm. Letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine in a way it's like just walking down some steps, and each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. 12. 7. 6. 5. as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 4, 3. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like you're counting down from 10 to 1, which do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try it again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. The gap. as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And how does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip. goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors, otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, feet, and of course your ankles. So important. Anyone who's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the pointing calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway, so maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. Focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs, and there's that movement of energy. The thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. Sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. and inside your thighs. The bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins and just gently healing your thighs. And you can move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible, absolutely amazing things. Your ankles are truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew. My toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally, and part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply, and maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body, effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go. completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those petals from a flower, just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them, you just need them, you require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. One. And as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body, we're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. Things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension. Just generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. That sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. That's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy has not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason, no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try to stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity will turn around and leave you alone. the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm, with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, it doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more